All right. Welcome, Napoleon bowling fans. We are back with the live streams. We've got our Baker Bash tournament. We've got 10 schools here, 10 or 20 schools, or 10 teams, girls and boys, 10 boys, 10 girls. We'll give you a quick rundown of the boys here. So on lane 1, we've got Springfield. On lane 2, we've got Napoleon. Lane 3 is Brian. Lane 4 is Anthony Wayne. Lane 5 is Eastwood. Lane 6 is Liberty Benton. Lane 7 is Wauseon. Lane 8 is Liberty Center. Lane 9 is Perrysburg. And lane 10 is Tenora. We've got another live stream going on the channel for the girls match. Tony's been gracious enough to lend his voice to Towns for the commentating on that match. For those of you that were kind of expecting a live stream on Friday, I apologize. We had a technical difficulty and I was out of town, so I was not able to resolve it. We should have live streams for the rest of the year from here on out, barring any unforeseen circumstances. All right, Springfield's first bowler is up on lane 1. That one comes in light, misses the pocket, picks up 7, leaves the 1, 2, and 4. Preston Miller's up first for Napoleon. And he ends up leaving a 6-pin, picks up 9 on his first ball. Today's format is all Baker games, so each bowler will take turns bowling the frame. So first bowler will bowl the first frame, and then second bowler the second, and then the first bowler will come back and bowl the 6th frame, and so on. So we're going to have 10 Baker games. We're going to cut from the top 10, or from 10 to the top 6, and then the scores will reset going into the championship match. And Preston picks up his spare there. We'll bowl 2 more Baker games and cut from 6 to 4 based on those 2 Baker games only. And then we'll bowl 2 more Baker games, and then the cumulative total of those 4 games, the 2 from the first round in the championship and the 2 from the second round, top 2 teams will move on to the championship game, where they'll bowl 2 more, and then total pins for all 6 games will determine the winner. All right, Napoleon got 7 on their first ball. Didn't quite see who that was. Let's see who's up. Looks like it'll be Slade McCorkle. And he picks up 1 out of the 3. Had the 3, 6, 10, ended up picking up just the 3-pin. Brennan Babcock up next. He picked up 8 with his first ball, left the 6-10. Brian with a strike just a moment ago on lane number 3. Anthony Wayne leaving the 10-pin on lane number 4. Brian picks up 8, misses the head pin, leaves the 1-2. Spare attempt for Brennan, and he'll miss that one inside, so 8 pins total in the 3rd frame of this first Baker game. Ashton Kiesling is up next, and he picks up 8, leaves the 3-6. Ryan picking up 8 on their first ball, leaves the 4-7. That's in the 6th frame on lane number 3. There's another strike for Anthony Wayne. That's a double for them in the 6th and 7th frames. Springfield picked up 8 on their first ball. Looks like they left 3-6 as well. Riley Ehlers up, and that picks up 9, leaves the 10-pin standing. Ryan with a strike a moment ago on lane number 3. Riley now, spare attempt. Picks it up. So Napoleon with 3 opens in the first 5 frames. Off to a slow start. Preston back up. There we go. Get things back on track with a strike. There's a strike for Brennan. We've got a string of 3 strikes for Napoleon. They may have started off slow, but they're coming back with a vengeance. Anthony Wayne with an open in the 7th frame, picking up 9 total. Brian picks up 9, leaves a 10-pin standing. That's in the 9th frame for them of this first Baker game. Ashton adds another strike to the Napoleon scoreboard. So 4 in a row now. Brian picks up their spare on lane number 3. Split for Springfield down on lane number 1, leaving the 4-6. There is a strike for Riley getting in on the action. Brian with 9, leaving a 7-pin. I see it wiggling down there, but it won't go down. There's a strike for Eastwood on lane number 5. And a 9 count for Riley. Can't get the 9-pin to drop. All right, if somebody out there in chat can just give me a heads up and let me know you guys can hear me all right. Appreciate it. Riley picks up his spare. So a 2-0-1 for our first Baker game for Napoleon after a slow start. Looks like 177 for Anthony Wayne. Brian finishes up with a 166. Looks like a 190 for Liberty Benton. 154 for Liberty Center. Oh, I'm not sure if they've switched lanes already. But it was a 154 and a 149 on that pair. Eastwood finished with a 170, it looks like. Springfield trying to finish up in the 10th right now. It starts the 10th with, looks like a strike. Eastwood will finish up with a 157. So they'll switch lanes. All right, thanks for the heads up on the audio. Appreciate it. All right, Anthony Wayne leaving a 4-pin on lane number 3. Brian started out with a strike with an 8 count. Got the tricky little 2-8 left. Brian's spare attempt coming up. And nicely done. Picks up the spare. All right, Preston's up, ready to get things started in game number 2. Nice looking ball, but it leaves the 7-pin standing. So a total of 9 to start, or 9 on the first ball. Brian with a strike down on lane number 4. Anthony Wayne comes in light to the pocket, ends up leaving the 1, 2, and 10. Actually, it's more than that. It's the 1. Can't quite see it. There's another pin down there. Oh, it must be the 1, 2, 8, and 10. There it is. Preston picked up his spare. Springfield with a strike in the second frame, second game. Slade up. And that one splits on him, ends up leaving the 4-9. Brian with a nice looking ball in lane number 4 for a strike. Springfield splits, ends up leaving the 3 and 7. Slade's spare attempt here, picks up 1 out of the 2. So a 9 count in the second frame for Slade. Brian coming a little light into the pocket, picks up 9, leaves the 7-pin. There's a strike for Anthony Wayne on lane number 3. Napoleon picks up 6 on their first ball, leaves the 3, 6, 7, and 10. Brennan will attempt to pick up the spare here. And goes right around the 7-pin. He picks up 3 out of the 4. So opens for Napoleon in the second and third frames. After a spare by Preston. Ashton up now. Nice ball there from Ashton. Gets all 10 of them to drop. There's another strike for Springfield. They've got a run of Pair of strikes in the 4th and 5th frames. I'm sorry, that was Springfield with a pair of strikes. Brian picks up their spare on lane number 4. And an 8 count for Springfield on his first ball. Preston with a nice ball there for a strike, getting things started in the second half of this second Baker game. Strike for Brian in the lane number 3. Eastwood with a nice ball there on lane number 6. That's a pair of strikes for them in the 8th and 9th frames. And a strike on the neighboring lane, lane 5 for Liberty Benton Eagles. And a strike for Slade. So Napoleon with 4 strikes in a row now, starting with Ashton in the 4th frame, Riley in the 5th, and then Preston and Slade. Brennan picks up 8 and splits, leaving the 4-9. Brian picks up 9 on their first ball, leaves a 10 pin on lane 4. Anthony Wayne getting ready to finish off the 10th frame in the second Baker game. They've got a split left. Looks like the 7 and 9 ends up picking up one of the two and finishes with a 162 game. That was for Anthony Wayne. Brian opens in the 10th and finishes with a 173 in the second game. Brennan wasn't able to convert his spare. He ends up with 8 total for the frame. Ashton up now for Napoleon. That one goes high. Looked like it hit the Brooklyn side and carried for the strike. Strike doesn't have to be pretty. It still counts on the scoreboard all just the same. All right, Riley misses the head pin, picks up 8, leaves the 1-2 to start the 10th frame in the second Baker game. All right, if you were waiting for the girls' match, evidently I didn't click the Go Live button, so it should be up and online now. All right, so Napoleon finished game number 2, the 190. Springfield with strikes in the 8th and 9th frames, getting ready to start frame number 10 of the second Baker game. Eastwood finished with a second Baker game of 211. Again, I'm not sure which of these scores was Liberty Center and Wauseon, because I'm not sure which lanes they were bowling on, but one's got a 148 and the other with a 180. Looks like Tenora with a 143. Perrysburg looks like they're finishing up. 2 strikes in the 10th for Springfield. 1 more ball. Liberty Benton finishes with a 178. And 214 for Springfield. All right, so it looks like we're going to be moving lanes after every 2 games. All right, so I'll try and get you some scoring updates here shortly. So Napoleon moving to pairs 3 and 4. So we've got Brian on lane 1 and 2 along with Tenora. Looks like Napoleon will be bowling with Eastwood on 3 and 4. On 5 and 6, it looks like we've got Wauseon and Anthony Wayne. Lane 7, 8. We've got Perrysburg and Liberty Benton. And then on 10 and 11, we've got, I'm sorry, 6 and 7, 8 and 9 are Perrysburg and Liberty Benton. And then Springfield and Liberty Center down on 10 and 11. Or all right, Wauseon starts out with 9 on lane number 5, leaving a 5 pin. Preston up, lane number 4 for Napoleon. Baker game number 3, and that one comes in light, missed the head pin, leaves the 1-2-8. Wauseon picks up their spare on lane 5. 5 pin left for Brian, down on lane number 1 after his first ball. Strike for Eastwood on lane number 3. And a 9 count for Tenora, leaving 7 pin down on lane number 2. Wauseon missing the head pin, leaves the 1, 2, 4, and 8. Preston now. Spare pickup, got it, nicely done. And another strike for Eastwood, that's a pair in the first 2 frames. And Tenora misses their spare attempt down on lane number 2. Slade with a strike for Napoleon in the second frame of this 3rd Baker game. Brennan going high and leaving a baby split, the 3-10. Wauseon picks up 9 on lane number 5, leaving a 10 pin. And now 4 strikes in a row for Eastwood on lane number 3. Brian gets a strike down on lane number 1. And Brennan just misses picking up that spare, ends up picking up just the 10 pin for a total of 9. Strike for Tenor on lane number 2. That in the 3rd frame. Eastwood with another strike. That's 5 in a row now in the first 5 frames. Ashton goes high, picks up 9, leaves the 6 pin. Hits on the left side of the pocket. Or left side of the head pin, I should say. Nice ball there from Wauseon for a strike on lane number 5. Eastwood ending up with 8 on their first ball in the 6th frame. And Ashton picks up his spare. Eastwood left with, looks like maybe the 5-9. Eastwood spare attempt now. Picks it up. Riley up now. And that one misses the head pin. He's left with a washout, 1, 2, 4, and 10. Eastwood going high, ends up picking up 9, leaving the 10 pin. That one hit to the left side of the head pin. Riley now, spare attempt. And he picks up 3 out of the 4. Didn't quite get far enough left to drive that head pin over into the 10 pin. Anthony Wayne with a strike there on lane number 6 in the 5th frame. Preston up now, back for Napoleon. And it hits the left side of the pocket. He gets a little help to drop the 3 pin. So a strike there for Preston in the 6th frame. Eastwood comes in light, leaves the 2, 4, and 5. Picks up 7. Slade up now for Napoleon on lane 4. And he comes in light. Picks up 6, leaving the 1, 2, 4, and 7. Napoleon having a little trouble finding the pocket on this lane number 4. Seems like either they're coming in light or they're coming in way heavy and going to the left of the head pin. Slade now, spare attempt. He's got it. Nicely done. Strike for Tenor down on lane number 2. Wauseon picks up their spare on lane number 5. Brennan Babcock. And he comes in light, misses the head pin, leaves the 1, 2. Wauseon with a nice ball there for a strike on lane 5. Brennan now, spare attempt for Napoleon. And, oh, he gets a little help. Looked like the 1 pin missed it, and then it spun back and took out the 2. All right, Ashton up next. This is the 9th frame of this 3rd Baker game. Remember, we're doing 10 Baker game totals and then cutting to the top 6. Ashton ends up with 7, leaving the 2, 4, and 8. Brian with a 7 count down on lane number 1, leaves the 3, 6, and 10. Tenor with an open in the 9th frame as they move into the 10th. Nice pickup there from Ashton. Wauseon with a pair of strikes in the 8th and 9th frames. And they'll get 9 on the first ball in the 10th, leaving the 2-pin. And a nice spare pickup there from Anthony Wayne on lane number 6. They're in the 7th frame. They just finished the 7th frame. Eastwood picks up their spare in the 8th frame. Riley with 9 on his first ball. Spare attempt for him, picks it up. He'll get 1 more in the 10th. And Tenora finishes game number 3 with a 136. Eastwood gets a 9 count in the 9th, leaving the 10-pin, so he'll have a spare attempt at that coming up. Brian with 9 in the second ball in the 10th frame, leaving the 2-pin. Eastwood picked up their spare on lane number 4 or lane number 3. Riley now last ball 10th frame, and he gets 9, leaving the 10-pin standing. So 166 for Baker in the game number 3 for Napoleon. And Eastwood with a strike to start the 10th frame. Wauseon finished with a 176 in game number 3. Liberty Benton looks like they finished with a 190. Liberty Center finished with a looks like a 166. Eastwood with another strike in the 10th, so he'll get 1 more to finish out. And 202 for Springfield in game number 3. Perrysburg with a 8 count on the second ball in their 10th frame after a strike to start things out. And an 8 count for Anthony Wayne on their second ball in the 10th frame. So it looks like Brian with a 170. Eastwood finished with a nice game, 234. Anthony Wayne with a 149, it looks like. Perrysburg finished with a 157. All right, Brian starts out the 4th Baker game with a strike. Eastwood with leaving the 2-pin, gets 9. With a spare shot to come. Eastwood picked up the spare. Eastwood up for their 2nd frame, 4th Baker game. Goes left of the head pin, but it carries for the Brooklyn strike. Preston up now. Nice ball there for Preston, a strike to start things out in this 4th Baker game. 2 strikes for Anthony Wayne to start the 4th Baker game as well. Brian also with 2 strikes to start things out until they got a 9 count. With leaving it, looks like a 10 pin, picks it up. Spare for Brian in the 3rd frame. Eastwood, their spare attempt on lane number 4, picks it up. Logan Honeman now for Napoleon. Starts things out with 9, leaving a 3 pin. Brian with a 9 count. Down on lane number 2. Anthony Wayne picks up their spare on lane number 5. Logan now, spare attempt finally. And he's got it. Eastwood with a 9 count, leaving the 4 pin. There's a strike for Anthony Wayne on lane number 5. We've got Mason Melia in now for Napoleon in the 3rd spot. And Mason drops 9 of them, leaving the 9 pin standing. Brian picks up 9, leaving a 4 pin down on lane number 2. Mason now his spare attempt on lane 3. Got it. There's a strike for Tenora down on lane number 1. Ashton up next. Again, that looked like it went left to the head pin, but it carried for the strike. Brian missed their spare attempt, so a 9 count in the 6th frame of this, I believe it's 4th Baker game. Eastwood now, lane number 4, and a strike for him. Spare attempt from Anthony Wayne on lane 5, misses inside. Riley got an 8 count on his first ball, leaving the 2-8. Tricky little spare here. Here's his spare attempt. Nicely done. Nora picks up their spare down on lane number 1. 9 count for Anthony Wayne, gets the 7 pin to wiggle, but it won't go down. Eastwood missed their spare attempt just inside. Preston back up. And he tattoos a strike. Eastwood picking up 9, leaving the 8 pin. Brian picking up 6, leaving the picket fence, the 1, 2, 4, and 7. Logan with a strike, so back-to-back strikes for Napoleon. And a spare for Brian, picking up those 4 pins, the 1, 2, 4, and 7. And Mason adds another strike, so 3 in a row now for Napoleon. Eastwood picks up 5, leaving a 1, 2, 4, 6, and 10. Brian gets 7, leaving the 2, 4, and 8. Or no, 2, 5, and 8, I'm sorry. Ashton picks up 8, leaving the 6, 10. Wauseon picks up 9 to start the 10th frame. Leaves a 2 pin. Anthony Wayne finished Baker game number 4 with a 189. Eastwood finished game number 4 with a 148. Brian gets 6, leaving the bucket, the 2, 4, 5, and 8. On lane number 2. Ashton now, spare attempt, picks it up. Riley now finishing off the Baker game number 4 with the 10th frame. Starts things out with a strike. Brian picks up their spare. They'll get 1 more in the 10th. Sonora looks like they've got a 167 in Baker game number 4. Liberty Center with a 138. And another strike for Riley, 2 in a row in the 10th. $159 for Wauseon, $169 for Anthony Wayne, $142 for Liberty Benton, and 3 strikes in a row for Riley in a game 4 for $227 for the Wildcats. All right, so the Wildcats will be moving another pair to the right. So they'll be on 5 and 6, along with Wauseon. Oh, not with Wauseon, sorry. They'll be with either Liberty Benton or Perrysburg, one of the two. I'm not sure which. Perrysburg finishing up the 10th frame of this 4th Baker game. So it looks like Liberty Center will be paired up with Eastwood. Wauseon will be paired up with Tenora. We'll get you a scoring update just as soon as I have them. Wauseon starts game number 5 with a strike. That was on lane number 3. Tenora up now, lane number 4. That comes in light, picks up 7, leaving the 1, 2, and 10. Wauseon with another strike, so back-to-back strikes for them. So Perrysburg will be paired up with Napoleon. Liberty Center starts game number 5 with a strike. Wauseon with 3 strikes in a row in the 5th game. Tenora with a strike in the 2nd frame of the 5th Baker game. So we've got Springfield and Anthony Wayne together on 7 and 8. And 9 and 10, we've got Liberty Benton and Brian. Wauseon with an 8 count, leaving the 3-6. Eastwood picks up 9 in the 2nd frame. Looks like they left a 10 pin down there. So a spare attempt coming for him. All right, Preston up and ready to get things started in game number 5. And he gets a 7 count, leaving the 2, 4, and 5. Tenora with a 9 count on their first ball. It leaves the 8 pin standing. Preston picks it up. Perrysburg with a strike on lane number 5. Logan with a nice ball there for a strike. Tenora with back-to-back strikes in the 6th and 7th frames on lane number 4. Mason up now, lane number 6. And a strike for Mason. Perrysburg with a total of 8 pins in the 2nd frame. And Ashton with a strike. So 3 in a row now for Napoleon. 7 count for Perrysburg, leaving the 1, 3, and 6. Spare for Liberty Center down on lane number 2. That's the 6th frame in this 5th Baker game. Riley with a strike for Napoleon. So now 4 in a row for the Wildcats. Perrysburg picks up 2 out of the 3 for a total of 9 pins in the third. Tenora picks up 7, leaving the 2, 8, and 10. Preston with a 9 open in the 6th frame. Logan is up now for the 7th frame. And a strike for Logan. All right, so we got standings after 4 games. Napoleon in the lead with a total of 784 pins. Eastwood in second with 763. Springfield in third with 726. Liberty Benton at 700 in 4th place. Bryan with 687 in 5th. Wauseon is in 6th place at 669. Anthony Wayne at 657. Perrysburg 620 in 8th. Liberty Center of 601. And Tenora with 563. This is for the boys. Ashton picks up 6, leaves the bucket, the 2, 4, 5, and 8. Strikes by Logan and I'm assuming Mason, although I didn't see him actually bowl. Ashton now his spare attempt. And he picks up 2, so a total of 8 in the 9th frame for Napoleon. So an open in the 9th frame. Tenora has finished their 5th Baker game with a 156. Perrysburg with 2 strikes in the 5th and 6th frames. Riley starts things out in the 10th with a strike. Perrysburg adds another strike, so now 3 in a row for Perrysburg. Wauseon finished with a 212 in the 5th Baker game. And a split for Eastwood down in lane number 1, leaving the 1, 2, and 10. Riley with another strike, 2nd in the 10th. And Riley finishes things off with 7, and that's a 216. So it looks like Liberty Center finished with a 203, and Eastwood finished with a 189. Perrysburg in the 10th frame now of the 5th Baker game. Got 9 on his first ball. Spare attempt from Perrysburg here. Picks it up. They'll get one more. Perrysburg, last ball, 10th frame. Picks all 10 up. They'll finish with a game of 203. A nice game for Perrysburg there. So they'll switch lanes and start the 6th game. Liberty Center with a strike. That's in the 2nd frame down on lane number 1. Eastwood with a spare attempt on lane number 2. And they pick up 1 out of 2. That looked like a split, maybe the 210 or something like that. Can't tell from this angle. Preston with a big strike to start things out in the 6th game. Wauseon gets a spare in the 3rd. 9 count for Liberty Center, leaving a 10 pin down lane 1. Perrysburg also starts things off with a strike on lane number 6. Wauseon with a strike just a moment ago on lane number 4. Liberty Center picks up their spare. Logan with a strike in the 2nd frame just a moment ago. Perrysburg picks up 8, leaving the 3-5. Wauseon comes in light, picks up 5, leaves the 2-4-5-7-8. Tenora picks up their spare in the 4th frame. Perrysburg picks up their spare in the 2nd. Mason's got 7 on his first ball, left the 2-4-5. He'll be coming up for his spare attempt here in a moment. Wauseon spare attempt. Picks them all up. Perrysburg with a strike on lane number 6. Now Mason's ready for his spare attempt. Got it. Liberty Center's got 2 strikes or 3 strikes in a row in the 4th, 5th, and 6th frames. Ashton Kiesling up now for Napoleon on lane number 5. And he's left with the 3-10 split. Perrysburg picks up 9, leaves a 10 pin. Tenora with an open in the 5th frame, total of 8 pins. Wauseon picks up their spare. Okay, for the girls, after, I'm assuming 4 games, Wauseon is leading at 637. Eastwood a pin behind with 636. Liberty Center 606 in 3rd. Napoleon in 4th with 589. Perrysburg in 5th with 564. These are the girls' scores. Springfield in 6th with 551. Bryan in 7th with 531. Tenora 526 in 8th. Liberty Benton in 9th with 524. And Anthony Wayne 436. All right, Riley had a strike in the 5th frame. Preston up now, 6th frame. And he gets all 10 to drop, so 2 strikes in a row for Napoleon. An ugly lead for Wauseon, leaving the 2, 8, and 10. That's on lane number 4. Liberty Center with a strike to start things off in the 10th frame. It looks like they've got strikes in the 8th, 9th, and I can't tell if it's 1 or 2 strikes in the 10th. Perrysburg picked up 7, left the 2, 4, 5. Another strike for Napoleon. That in the 8th frame. Ashton's up now. Ashton goes left of the head pin again, leaving the 6-10 standing, picks up 8. Wauseon picks up their spare in the 9th frame. Eastwood also picks up their spare, this one in the 8th frame. Last ball for Liberty Center in the 10th frame. And another strike. And it looks like a game of 249. Nice. Riley starts things off in the 10th with a strike. Tenora with a 7 count on their 2nd ball in the 10th frame. Eastwood with a strike to start the 10th. Riley with another strike, so 2 in the 10th already for Riley. Wauseon with a 7 count, leaving the 3, 6, and 10 on lane number 4. Perrysburg, spare attempt here. Picks it up, so a spare for them in the 7th frame. And Riley picks up 9 more, and a game of 231 for the Wildcats. Tenora finished game number 6 with a 130. Eastwood with another strike in the 10th. That's 2 in the 10th for him. Wauseon finishing up the 10th frame here. And 144 for Wauseon. So the Wildcats should be going right. So switched cameras a little early. Eastwood finished with a 176. Anthony Wayne, spare attempt here in the 8th frame. Picks up the 6-10. Springfield in the 9th frame, working on a spare. Perrysburg with, Springfield with a strike in the 9th frame. Anthony Wayne also with a strike in the 9th frame. Liberty Benton gets 9 to start the 10th frame. Springfield with a strike in the 10th. Liberty Benton's spare attempt here on lane 9, just missed it. So Liberty Benton will finish game number 6 with a 141. Brian with a spare attempt there in the 7th frame, and he chops, picks up 1 only, so a total of 8 in the 7th. Another strike for Springfield, 2 in the 10th for them, along with a strike in the 9th frame. Anthony Wayne got 9 on their first ball in the 10th. Anthony Wayne picks up their spare. They'll get 1 more. And 8 count for Springfield gives them a total of 222 for the 6th Baker game. Brian gets 9 to start the 9th frame, leaves the 5 pin. And Perrysburg goes 3 strikes in the 10th after an open in the 9th to finish 183. And Anthony Wayne finishes with a strike in the 10th after a spare on the first 2 balls in the 10th and finishes with a 163. So we're just waiting for Brian to finish up here. And an open in the 9th, so a total of 9 pins in the 9th frame for Brian. And Brian ends up picking up 6 on his first ball, missed the head pin, leaves the 1, 2, 4, and 10, a washout. So Napoleon should be moving to pairs 7 and 8. And Brian picks up 2 more, so a total of 8, and finishes with a 118 in the 6th Baker game. All right, we're getting underway. In just a moment here. So we'll be focused on lanes 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11, 12. All right, so Anthony Wayne gets things started with a 9 count on the first ball. Eastwood on lane number 10, or I'm sorry, lane number 11. Or no, I'm sorry, lane number 9. with 6 to start things out. Napoleon is paired up with Brian. Eastwood is paired up with Anthony Wayne. Brian starts things out with a 7 count, leaving the 2, 4, and 5. And a strike for Napoleon. That was by Preston Miller. All right, after the 6 rounds, Napoleon boys still in the lead with 12:31. Eastwood in second with 11:28. Springfield in third with 11:15. Liberty Center in fourth with 10:53. Liberty Benton in fifth with 10:37. Wauseon with 10:25 in sixth. Anthony Wayne with 10:13 in seventh. Perrysburg in eighth with 10:06. Brian with in ninth with 9:75, and Tenora with 8:49. All right, Logan with a 9 count on his first ball. And picks up the spare. Eastwood with a strike on lane number 9. Mason up now for Napoleon. And Mason with a strike. Brian now, 4th frame, lane number 7. That one goes high, gets a little bit of help. Picks up 9 total, leaves the 10 pin. Brennan Babcock up. And a strike for Brennan in the 4th frame. Eastwood with their spare attempt picks it up. That's a spare for them in the 5th frame. And Riley with a strike, so now 3 strikes in a row for the Wildcats. And 4 strikes in the first 5 frames. Brian's 5th bowler up now. And a strike for Brian. Preston with another strike for the boys, so now 4 in a row. Eastwood picked up 9 on their first ball in the 6th frame and couldn't convert the spare, so an open in the 6th for them. Anthony Wayne left with a 6-10. Brian picks up 9, leaves the 3 pin. Eastwood on lane 9. A little left of the head pin, missed the head pin, leaves the 1, 3, and 9. Picks up 7. Logan with a nice ball there for a strike for Napoleon. Brian missed their spare attempt in the 6th frame. Anthony Wayne did pick up their spare, the 6-10. Eastwood now, spare opportunity. Picks it up. Brian picks up 9, leaves a 6-pin. Mason up now for Napoleon in lane number 8. And he drops all 10. Extends the strike streak to 6 for Napoleon, starting back in the 3rd frame. Eastwood picks up 9, leaves a 10-pin. Brennan Babcock up now, lane number 8 for Napoleon. That one goes just a little bit high, ends up picking up 9, leaving the 6-pin. Eastwood, spare attempt. Missed inside, so an open in the 8th for Eastwood. Anthony Wayne started the 10th frame with a strike. Seven-pin left standing for Brian. He'll have a spare opportunity coming up. Brennan now, spare opportunity, picks it up. So spare in the 9th for the Wildcats. Brings up Riley in the 10th. Brian now, spare attempt. Missed inside. So an open in the 8th. Riley picks up 9, leaves the 2-pin standing. That one came in just a little bit light. Eastwood picks up their spare. So spare in the 9th for Eastwood. And a split for Anthony Wayne. That was his 2nd ball. Oh, I'm sorry, that was his 3rd ball in the 10th. So they look like they finished with a 150. Tenora finished with a 141. Liberty Center finished with a 202. Perrysburg with a 169. Wauseon. I think that's Wauseon. Finished with a 136. Eight count for Brian to start the 10th frame. Eastwood finishes with a 136 in this 7th Baker game. And chop for Brian. Finishes with 9 count in the 10th for a 119. Looks like we had a pin reset for Riley. Anthony Wayne starts the 8th Baker game with an 9 open, and then a strike in the 2nd frame. Riley picks up his spare. He'll get one more to finish out the 7th Baker game. Eastwood with 7 on their first ball, leaving the 1, 2, and 8. Now Riley's got a full rack of pins in front of him. And he clobbers them. So Napoleon finishes game number 7 with a 248 Baker game. All right, so Brian and Napoleon will switch lanes. Anthony Wayne with 4 strikes in a row, and starting at the 2nd frame. So strikes in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th frames. All right, Preston up to start off game number 8. And a strike for Preston. Nice looking ball. Brian got 9 on their first ball. Looks like a 10-pin left. Spare attempt for Brian. Got it. Two strikes in a row for Eastwood. Down in the 3rd and 4th frames on lane number 10. And Logan with a strike in the 2nd frame. Ryan goes high, ends up picking up 8, leaving the 6-10. Strike for Anthony Wayne in the 8th frame, down on lane number 9. Brian picks up their spare. Seven count for Napoleon. Looks like Andrew Gallagher left a 2-4-5, his spare attempt. Strike for Brian on the lane number 8. Nice pickup there for Andrew. Spare in the 3rd for Napoleon. And Anthony Wayne opens in the 9th frame, gets a total of 9. Eastwood with a split, leaving the 6, 7, and 10 down on lane number 10. And Brennan picks up 7, leaving the 2-4-5. That's on lane number 7. Brian with a strike a moment ago in lane number 8, 3rd frame. Brian's fourth bowler with another strike, so back-to-back strikes for Brian. Anthony Wayne starts the 10th frame with 7. Brennan picks up his spare in the 4th frame. All right, quick rundown of the girls' side. So in first place, we've got Wauseon with 10:59. Eastwood with 9:59 in second. Liberty Center, 8:66 in third. Napoleon in fourth with 8:57. Springfield in fifth with 8:56. Springfield in fifth. Perrysburg in sixth with 8:22. Bryan in seventh with 8:17. Tenor in eighth with 7:90. Liberty Benton with 7:58 in ninth. And Anthony Wayne with 6:03 in 10th place. And those are your girls' recaps, I believe, after 6 Baker games. All right, Riley started out with 6 in the 5th frame. And he'll pick up 2 more there. Looked like he had the 1, 2, 8, and 10 left. Difficult spare to convert. So Anthony Wayne finishes the 8th Baker game with a 2:03. Spare for Brian in the 6th frame. Preston now up, 6th frame for Napoleon. And the 7-pin stares him down, so he'll pick up 9. Eastwood with a strike to start the 10th frame. Comes in light to the pocket, leaves the 2, 4, 5, 8 for 6 and on his second ball in the 10th. Preston picks up his spare in the 6th frame. Brian picks up 2 out of the 3. Logan picks up 7. Ends up leaving the 4, 6, and 7 split. Strike for Brian in the 8th frame. Eastwood finishes up with a 166 game. Remember, this is Baker game number 8. We're going to be bowling 10 Baker games and then cutting to the top 6. And another strike, this one in the 9th frame for Brian. And Logan won't get any additional pin count, so 7 total in the 7th frame. Brian picks up, can't tell, 8, 9. Picks up 9, leaves the 2 pin. Andrew gets 9, leaves his 10 pin standing. Looks like Springfield a 211, Tenor 192. I see a score of 233 and 176. Not sure which was which. And then 189 and 148 or 168. But again, I'm not sure which teams those belong to. strike for Brennan in lane number 7 for the Wildcats. And 9 more for Brian in the last ball of the 10th frame, give them a 200. Riley picks up 9, leaves the 10-pin standing to start the 10th frame. Riley, spare attempt. And he dumps that one to the right into the channel. And Napoleon finishes with a 149. All right, so Napoleon will be moving down to lanes 9 and 10. Where it looks like they'll be paired up with Wauseon. So we got Perrysburg and Anthony Wayne. Looks like they're paired up on 1 and 2. Springfield. And Liberty Benton on 3 and 4. Liberty Center and Bryan on 5 and 6. Eastwood and Tenora on 7 and 8. And then Wauseon and Napoleon on 9 and 10. All right, Baker game number 9. Tenora's going to get us started on lane number 8. And a strike for Tenora. Wauseon up on lane number 9. His first ball in this game number 9. And he starts out with a split, leaving the 5-10. And Preston starts this out with a strike. Wauseon picks up 1 out of 2 and ends up with 9 for the first frame. Tenora makes a spare in the second frame. Their third bowler at the line right now. Andrew up in the number 2 slot. Ends up leaving the 2, 4, and 5. Picks up 7. Tenora with a strike in the third frame. Tenora with another strike, back-to-back strikes for Tenora in lane number 8. Wauseon with a spare attempt, picks it up. Ashton up in the number 3 slot now. And a strike for Ashton. Wauseon with a strike on lane number 9 just a moment ago. Tenora, lane number 8, ends up picking up 8, leaving the 4-7. Eastwood now, lane number 7, ends up with 9, leaving a Brennan got 9 on his first ball, spare attempt. Picks it up. Wauseon now up lane number 9. That goes high, ends up leaving the 6-10, picking up 8. Riley up now in lane 10 for Napoleon. Leaves the 10-pin standing, picks up 9. Eastwood on lane 7 now. Comes in a little bit light, picks up 7. Leaves the 2-5-7. Tenora picks up 7, leaving the 1, 2, and 10. Riley picked up his spare, down on lane number 10. Wauseon comes in a little bit light, gets a little bit of a mixer, picks up the strike. All right, scoring recap for the boys after 8 rounds. Napoleon in the lead with 1628. Springfield at 1501 in second place. Liberty Center 1488. Eastwood 1430. Liberty Benton 1378. Anthony Wayne in 6th with 1366. 7th is Wauseon 1360. Perrysburg in 8th 1351. Brian with 1294 in 9th, and Tenora with 1182 in 10th. And Mason picks up 7, leaving the 3-6-10. That in the 7th frame. Mason gets ready for his spare attempt. Oh, and it chops. Picks up 1 additional, so an 8 count in the 7th frame. Tenora with 9 spare to start the 10th frame. He'll get 1 more. Ashton up, picks up 7, leaving the 1, 2, and 8. Tenora's last ball. Picks up 8 more. And they finish Baker game number 9 with 204. Nice pickup there for Eastwood, picking up the 2-8 for their spare in the 4th frame. Wauseon got 9 on their first ball in the 10th. Ashton misses his spare attempt, gets 2 out of 3, so back-to-back opens for the Wildcats in the frames number 7 and 8. Looks like Brennan Babcock's getting ready to step to the line for frame number 9. Wauseon picks up their spare. They'll get 1 more for the 10th frame. And Brennan with a strike in the 9th frame. Nice ball there. Riley now up for the 10th frame. And Riley gets 9, can't get the 7 to go down. Eastwood picks up 9, leaving a 10-pin. Wauseon picks up 9 on their last ball, finishes with a 202. Riley picks up his spare in the 10th frame. He'll get 1 more. Eastwood misses their spare attempt in the 7th frame after back-to-back strikes in the 5th and 6th. Riley now, last ball, 10th frame, picks up 8. So a 153 game for Napoleon. Eastwood with a strike in the 8th frame. So Wauseon and Napoleon will switch sides to start the 10th and final Baker game of the qualifying round. Eastwood comes in light into the pocket on lane number 7, picks up 7, leaving the 2-4-5. Wauseon starts out the 10th with the 10th Baker game with a strike. Eastwood's spare attempt, lane number 7. And another strike for Wauseon, back-to-back strikes to start the 10th. Eastwood chops, picks up 2 out of 3 in the 9th frame. And a strike for Preston. Wauseon now, lane 10. Ends up picking up 7, leaving the 3, 6, and 10. Eastwood picks up 9, leaving the 5 pin on lane 7. Andrew with a strike now for Napoleon. Wauseon picked up the spare. Ashton up, picks up 9, leaves the 3 pin. Looked like Liberty Center had a 200 in the last Baker game. Anthony Wayne with a 168. Ashton's spare attempt picks it up. Tenora starts the 10th Baker game with a 6 count, leaving the 1, 3, 8, and 9. Strike for Eastwood on lane number 8 to start the 10th Baker game. Wauseon picks up their spare in the 4th frame. Brennan Babcock up now. And he ends up leaving the 4 pin, gets 9 to start. Eastwood gets them all to drop, so back-to-back strikes for them in the 1st and 2nd frames. Tenora picks up their spare. Brennan now, spare attempt. Got it. Brings up Riley to the line. Wauseon with a spare. Riley gets 8, leaving the 2, 8. Tenora with a split, leaving the 4, 7, and looks like the 9. Or it might be the 4, 6, and 7. Looks like the 4, 6, and 7. Picks up 2 out of the 3, Tenora does. Riley's got to be careful with the spare, needs to hit it pretty much dead on. Wauseon with back-to-back strikes in the 6th and 7th frames. And Riley makes short work of that spare. Tenora gets a 9 count. Looks like the 9-pin left. Eastwood coming off of a 9 spare picks up a strike in the 4th frame. Wauseon with 3 strikes in a row in the 6th, 7th, and 8th frames. Tenora picks up their spare in the 3rd frame. Eastwood now, lane number 8. Comes in a little light, leaves the 2-pin, picks up 9. Wauseon leaving the Greek church, the 4, 6, 7, 9, and 10. Tenora picks up their spare. Preston with another strike to start the 6th frame. Eastwood picking up 7, leaving the 2, 4, 5 on lane number 8. Looks like Andrew Gallagher, and he'll get 9, leaves the 5-pin. Tenora picking up 8. And actually maybe 9. Yep, 9, leaving just the 10-pin. The 5-pin went down. Andrew now, his spare attempt. Got it. Tenora misses their spare attempt on lane 7. Wauseon starts the 10th frame. I'm sorry, that's the 2nd ball in the 10th frame is a 6. Ashton can't get the 10-pin to drop, so a 9 count to start the 8th frame for him. Strike for Tenora in the 7th, I'm sorry, the 6th. Eastwood with a strike in the 7th. Their 8th frame upcoming. That one goes high and picks up 9, leaves the 3-pin. Ashton now, his spare attempt on the 10-pin. Got it. So Wauseon finishes with a 203 in the final 10th Baker game. Brennan up, gets a little help, gets the strike. Looked like it was going to be a 5-7 split, and Pins decided to take him out. Riley up now, 10th frame on lane number 9. Leaves the 10-pin. Tenora makes the spare the hard way on frame number 8. Picking up all 10 pins on the 2nd ball. Strike for Eastwood in the 9th frame. Riley now, spare attempt. And again, starts that one a little too far right. So 193. 193 for Napoleon in the final Baker game. Tenora with an open frame in the 9th. Gets 7 total. Eastwood picks up their spare. They'll get 1 more in the 10th. Napoleon should be moving back to pairs 1 and 2, so we'll switch the cameras. All right, so Perrysburg with strikes in the 9th and the first 2 balls in the 10th on lane number 2. All right, scoring update for the girls. I believe this is going to be after 8 rounds. So Wauseon in the lead with 1368. Eastwood second with 1282. Napoleon moves up to third with 1186. Liberty Center with 1168 in fourth. Springfield with 1157 in fifth. Bryan with 1156 in sixth. Perrysburg in seventh with 1082. Liberty Benton in eighth with 1021. Sonora in ninth with 1019. And Anthony Wayne with 786. So Anthony Wayne finishes with a 144. Perrysburg with 2 strikes in the 10th now, his last ball. Or no, I'm sorry, this is the second ball. Picks up 9 more. And Perrysburg will finish up with a 222 Baker game. Nice game, guys. I see a 214 out there, a 209. There's been some excellent bowling today. A lot of high Baker scores. All right, so we're waiting for them to tally the scores for the boys and determine the top 6 teams advancing. Looks like the girls are either on game 9 or 10, so they're a little bit behind. All right, so we're going to go quiet just for a few minutes until they get the scoring updates, and then we will be back with you just momentarily. All right, I think there will be a meal break coming up, so there'll be a break in the action while the teams refuel. We'll hold off on announcing the scores until the girls finish up and they announce the top six teams from both boys and girls to move forward. Just another quick rundown of the scores here for the boys. And the first place is Napoleon with 1974. Liberty Center in second, 1897. Springfield third, 1852. Liberty Benton in fourth with 1794. Eastwood 1788 in fifth. And Wauseon 1765. That rounds out your top 6 teams moving on. Perrysburg was 7th with 1719. Anthony Wayne 8th with 1698. Bryan 1594 in 9th. And Tenora with 1542. And that's a recap of your boys' scores. As a reminder, the qualifying round scores are zeroed back out for the championship round. They'll bowl 2 games, and the top 4 teams will move on. On the girls' side, Wauseon was in first, 1713. Eastwood in second, 1535. Napoleon girls in third with 1508. Springfield in fourth, 1459. Bryan in fifth, 1451. And Liberty Center in sixth with 1439. Those are your 6 teams moving on. In seventh was Perrysburg, 1404. Liberty Benton in eighth, 1324. Tenora in ninth, 1186. And 10th, Anthony Wayne with 995. We're going to try and get started here right around 1:30. So just a few more minutes. All right, bowlers are going to get a couple of practice rolls. I think two bowls on each frame or lane, and then we'll get started. So we'll have Liberty Center and Napoleon together down on lanes 1 and 2. We'll have Springfield and Liberty Benton together on lanes 5 and 6. And then down on lanes 9 and 10, we've got Eastwood and Wauseon. So 2 Baker games each, and the top 4 teams will move on to the next round. Just as a reminder, we'll get underway here shortly. We're still in the middle of just a few balls of practice here. Also, as a reminder, the scores from the qualifying are no longer count towards total pinfall. Just the 2 games of Baker in the first round of the championship. So we'll go from 6 teams to the top 4, and then bowl another 2 games of Baker. And I believe it's a cumulative total of the 4 games that will determine who faces off in the championship round, or in the finals. All right, we're ready to get started. Liberty Center up first on lane number 2. And that one goes high and splits on him. Leaves the 4-6-7. Preston up now, lane number 1. And leaves a solid 10 pin. Liberty Benton picked up 9 on their first ball, left the 10 pin. Liberty Center, spare attempt. Picks up 1 out of the 3, a total of 8 for the first game. Liberty Benton picking up their spare. Preston with his spare conversion down on lane number 1. Liberty Center now on lane 2, strike for them. 9 count for Liberty Benton on lane number 6, leaving a 9 pin. Logan gets 7 on his first ball, a split, leaving the 3, 6, and 7. Springfield converted their spare and then got a strike to start the second frame. 9 count for Liberty Center on lane number 2, leaving the 7 pin. Liberty Benton with another spare on lane number 6. And Logan with a nice pickup there. Picks up the 3, 6, and 7. Liberty Center picks up their spare on lane number 2. Brennan Babcock up now. And he gets 9, leaves the 7 pin. Strike for Liberty Benton in the 3rd frame on lane number 6. Liberty Center picks up 6, leaving the bucket, the 2, 4, 5, and 8. Springfield with 3 strikes in a row now in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th frames. Brennan picks up his spare. Brings up Ashton Kiesling in the 4th bowler. Liberty Center picks up their spare on lane 2. Another strike for Springfield on the 5th frame. So that's now 4 in a row for them. Ashton getting 8, leaving the 4-7. 3 strikes in a row for Liberty Benton now, down on lane number 6. Strikes in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th frames. A strike for Liberty Center on lane number 2. 9 count for Liberty Benton, leaving the 10 pin on lane 6. Ashton picked up his spare. That'll bring up Riley next. Eight count for Springfield on lane number 5, leave the 2-5. 9 count for Liberty Center, leaving the 2 pin. Riley with a nice strike there on lane number 1. Springfield now looks to convert their spare. Liberty Center also looking to convert their spare. Both of them get it. Preston back up for Napoleon on lane number 1. And he gets 9, leaves the 7 pin. Liberty Benton getting 9, leaving the 6 pin on lane 6. Strike for Liberty Center down on lane number 2. Springfield comes in light, ends up leaving the 1-3-6, just the pocket. Liberty Benton picks up their spare on lane 6. Preston with his spare conversion on lane number 1. Liberty Center up now, working on a strike in the previous frame. And that's back-to-back strikes for Liberty Center. Logan picks up 9, leaves the 5-pin standing. Springfield picks up their spare in the 8th frame. Another strike for Liberty Center. That's 3 in a row now in lane number 2. So 3 in a row now for Liberty Center in the 7th, 8th, and 9th frames. Strike in the 9th for Springfield. Logan picks up his spare on lane number 1. Liberty Center picks up 8, leaves the 4-7. A split for Liberty Benton. They'll pick up one of the 4, or no, I'm sorry, none of the 4, or yeah, none of the 4, so a 6 in the 8th frame. 8 count for Springfield, leaving the 2-5 in lane number 5. Liberty Center picks up their spare. They'll get one more in the 10th. Strike for the Wildcats just a moment ago. I believe that was Brennan. Ashton picks up 8, leaves the 3-6. Liberty Benton with a strike, both in the 9th and the start to 10th frames. Springfield finishes the first Baker game with a 223. Nice game, guys. And Liberty Center's final ball in the 10th is a 9 count, and they finish with a 201. Another good game. Ashton picks up his spare. Liberty Benton with 2 strikes in the 10th. Riley with 9 leaves the 9-pin to start the 10th. And a 9 count to finish the first Baker game of the championship round. And Liberty Benton with a 207. So a 201 for Liberty Center, a 207 for Liberty Benton. And Springfield with 223. Riley picks up his spare. If he strikes out, it looks like 192 is the best the Wildcats can do right now. Eastwood had 160, and Wauseon with a 172 in their first Baker games. Riley picks up 9, so 191 for the Wildcats. So they'll switch sides and start the second Baker game. Liberty Benton starts out the second game with a strike. Springfield goes high, gets 9, leaves the 6-pin standing. Liberty Benton goes high, picks up 9, leaves the 4-pin. That's on lane 5. Preston now gets things started in game number 2 and leaves the 6-pin, gets 9. Liberty Center gets a little help. Leaves just the 6-pin standing for a 9 count. Liberty Benton, spare attempt. Got it on lane 5. Springfield opened the first frame. Preston picks up his spare on lane number 2. Springfield picks up 8, leaves the 2 and the 10 a split. Logan picking up 6, missed the pocket light. Ends up leaving the washout, the 1, 2, 4, and 10. Liberty Center now, lane number 1. Also splits, leaving the 6, 7, and 10. Springfield, spare attempt here. Picks up 1 out of the 2. Liberty Benton comes in light, also leaves a washout, a 1, 2, 4, 6, and 10. Logan picks up 3 out of the 4 for a 9 count total in the second frame. Liberty Center almost got it. Picks up 2 out of the 3 for a 9 count in the second frame. Three more for Liberty Benton, picking up a total of 8 in the fourth frame. Ashton with a strike there for the Wildcats on lane number 2. Liberty Center with a 9, leaves the 8-pin. Strike for Liberty Benton in the 5th frame. Brennan Babcock now picks up 8, ends up leaving the 4-7. Gets some help late to make that a more manageable spare. Liberty Center picks up their spare. Brennan now, spare attempt. Got it. Back-to-back strikes for Liberty Benton in the 5th and 6th frames. Liberty Center with a strike down on lane 1. Riley with a strike for the Wildcats. Liberty Benton picks up 8, leaving the 3-6. Liberty Center with back-to-back strikes on lane number 1. That in the 4th and 5th frames. Preston gets 9, leaves the 5-pin. Liberty Benton chops, picks up 1 out of 2, leaving a 9 count in the 7th frame. Springfield with a strike in the 5th frame on lane number 6. Liberty Center picks up 8, leaving the 6-10 on lane number 1. Preston now his spare attempt. Got it. And a split for Liberty Benton, leaving the 3, 7, and 9. Liberty Benton picks up their spare on lane 1. Andrew Gallagher in now. And he ends up splitting, leaving the 6, 7. Back-to-back strikes for Springfield in the 5th and 6th frames. 7 count for Liberty Center in lane 1, leaving the 3, 6, 10. Andrew trying to cut the 6-pin thin on the right side and drive it back into the 7. Oh, very good attempt. But 9 count in the 7th for Napoleon. Liberty Center, spare attempt, picks it up. 9 count in the 7th for Springfield, getting ready to shoot his spare. Also 9 count for Liberty Benton on lane number 5. 9 count for Ashton, leaving the 6 pin on lane number 2. Springfield picks up their spare. Liberty Benton, their spare attempt, we got it. Liberty Center now down on lane 1. Strike for them. Ashton now, his spare attempt. Picks it up. Brennan will be up in the 9th frame for Napoleon. Liberty Benton with a strike to start the 10th frame. Brennan lets it go. Comes in light. Moved the head pin, but didn't knock it over. Picks up 5. Liberty Center picking up 8, leading the 4-7. Another strike for Liberty Benton. That's 2 in the 10th. Brennan, spare attempt, gets all but 1. So an open in the 9th frame for Napoleon. Liberty Benton finishes Baker game number 2 with a 181. Eastwood with a 200. Wauseon a 222, I believe. Those may be flipped, I'm not sure. Riley picks up a strike in the 10th frame. Strike for Springfield to start the 10th frame, and also with strikes in the 8th and 9th frames. Liberty Center with a spare to start the 10th. He's got 1 more. Riley gets 9, leaves the 8 pin. So it looks like the best Wildcats can do in the second Baker game is 156. Liberty Center finishes with, looks like a 181. Riley did pick up his spare, and they finished with a 156. Liberty Benton finished with a 181. Springfield finished with a 193. This could be close. We'll wait until we get the scores tallied here. All right, so after the first two Baker games, Springfield is in the lead with 416. Wauseon second with 394. Liberty Benton with 388. And Liberty Center in fourth place with 382. So those are your four teams moving on. Eastwood with 360 and Napoleon with 347. So the Napoleon boys will not be advancing to the next round. We will keep live streaming through the end of the event, though. As soon as we get the girls' scores, we'll announce those as well. A couple of unlucky breaks and splits in that last Baker game just took Napoleon out of the running. They bowled well all day, though. All right, and for the girls' side, it looks like Eastwood is in first with 333. Bryan with 332 in second. Springfield in third with 320. Liberty Center in fourth with 311. And those are your top 4 teams moving on. Wauseon with 297 in 5th place, and Napoleon with 291 in 6th place. So Napoleon and girls and boys will not advance to the next round.
All right, our next round, we got Springfield in first with a 22.68. We on lane 3, Wauseon in second with a 21.59. We'll be on 4. Liberty Benton with a 21.82 is third. We'll be on 7. Liberty Center with a 22.79. We'll be on 8. Hold up on there, it didn't sort properly here. Hold on. That's still not sorted right. Hold on there. Liberty Center is first. We'll be on lane 3 with a 22.79. And then Springfield is second with a 22.68. We'll be on 4. And then it looks like we got Liberty Benton in third with a 21.82. We'll be on 7. Wauseon with a 21.59 will be on 8. Okay, I'm looking at the wrong totals. Alright. I was right first time. Springfield is in first with a 4.16. Wauseon second, 3.84. Liberty Benton third, 3.88. Liberty Center fourth, 3.82. So Springfield on 3, Wauseon on 4. I don't know why you're all moving around so fast. Liberty Benton on 7 and Liberty Center on 8. All right, that's the boys. Here we go. For the ladies, in first and bowling on lane 17 is Eastwood with 333. Second and bowling on lane 18 is Bryan with a 332. Fourth with a 320. Springfield will be on 21. And fourth will be Liberty Center with a 311. You'll be on 22. You're bowling 2 more games. And your totals will carry over from that first round there. So it's total wins added to what your next 2 games are, and then those will be the advancing 2 teams that will be competing for the championship. You are... Alright, no warm-ups this round. No warm-ups, going right in.
All right, and Liberty Center starts out with a strike in the first game. I guess this would be game number 3 technically. Liberty Benton picking up 8, leaves the 2-7. We're going to stay focused here on Liberty Center and Liberty Benton. I will give you updates from the Wauseon Springfield match. Nice pickup there from Liberty Benton, converting the 2-7. Liberty Center got 8 on their first ball. Picks up the spare. Liberty Benton, another split. Picks up 8. Leaves the 4-9. Liberty Center now in lane number 8. There's a strike. Liberty Benton, spare attempt. Picks up 1 out of the 2, so a total of 9 in the second frame. So Baker games 3 and 4 will be combined with the first 2 games. So total pinfall for the 4 games will determine who advances to the finals. Liberty Benton up now, third frame. That one goes high, ends up leaving the 4-7. Liberty Center picks up 9, leaving the 9 pin. Springfield with back-to-back strikes in the 4th and 5th frames. Liberty Benton picks up their spare on lane number 7. Liberty Center, their spare attempt. Got it. Springfield extends the streak to 3 strikes in a row now. Liberty Benton picking up 8 on their first ball, left the 3-6. Liberty Center getting ready for frame number 5 here. Strike for them. And Liberty Benton chops, picks up 1 for a total of 9 in the 4th frame. Two strikes in a row for Wauseon in the 8th and 9th frames. Liberty Center with a strike, that's 2 in a row for them in the 5th and 6th. Strike for Liberty Benton on lane number 7. Springfield picks up their spare. That was down on lane number 3 off camera. Wauseon now with 3 strikes in a row. Strike to start the 10th frame. Also off camera. Liberty Benton with a 9 count, leaving the 4 pin in the 6th frame. Liberty Center with 9 in the 7th. Spare attempt, picks it up. Liberty Benton picks up their spare on lane number 7. Strike for Liberty Benton on lane number 7 in the 7th frame. And Wauseon finishes game number 3 with a 223. Nice game, guys. Liberty Center picks up 6, splits, leaving the 2, 4, 8, and 10. Liberty Benton picks up 9, leaves a 6 pin on lane 7. Liberty Center tries to convert this. It's a very tough spare to convert and does the best he can do, picking up 3 out of the 4. That's 9 count in the 8th frame. Liberty Benton now spare attempt. Got it. That in the 8th frame. Liberty Center now, 9th frame. Picks up the strike. Liberty Benton with a strike of their own in the 7th, or I'm sorry, in the 9th on lane 7. Two strikes in a row for Springfield, a strike in the 9th and 1 to start the 10th. 9 count to start the 10th for Liberty Center, leaving the 6 pin. Liberty Benton with a strike to start the 10th frame and a double. Strikes in the 9th and 10th. Liberty Center picks up their spare. They'll get 1 more. Another strike for Springfield down off camera. Picks up 3 in a row in the 1 in the 9th and 2 in the 10th. The 2 strikes in the 10th for Liberty Benton with 3 in a row. And Springfield ends up with 9 for a 214 in the 3rd Baker game. Liberty Benton's final ball, 10th frame. And another strike, so 3 strikes in the 10th and finishes with a 194. So 193 for Liberty Center, 194 for Liberty Benton. Wauseon with a 223 and Springfield with a 214.
Hey, Bruce, can you push reset button for all together? Please, thank you.
All right, well, we got a little lane housekeeping here. All right, got a pin hung up down there. We had a pin in the gutter that they were trying to clear to start with. While they get that sorted out, we'll switch over to Wauseon and Springfield on lanes 3 and 4. There's a strike for Springfield. That's a double for him, or a double for the team, I should say. Strikes in the 3rd and 4th frames. Wauseon looks to convert the washout here, the 1, 2, 4, and 10. That did it. Nicely done. Head pin comes off the wall to take out the 10. 9 count for Springfield, leaving the 8 pin. Wauseon goes high and pays the price with a split. Leaves the 4, 6, and 10. Springfield now, spare attempt, 5th frame. Got it. Wauseon picks up 2 out of the 3, so a 9 count in the 5th frame. Springfield now, 6th frame. Gets the strike. Wauseon with 8, leaving the 2, 5. Had a pin fall right between them, but wouldn't knock either one of them down. Springfield up now, 7th frame. Comes in light, picks up 9, leaves the 2 pin. Nice spare conversion there by Wauseon on lane number 3. Wauseon now, lane 3. Gets the strike. Hit a little bit light, kind of a mixer strike there. So a strike in the 7th frame for Wauseon. Springfield now, spare conversion on lane 4. Covers it up nicely. That one comes in light for Wauseon. Lane 3 leaves the 2, 4, 5. Looks like they just about got lane 7 repaired. Still waiting for it to drop some pins here. Wauseon, spare conversion attempt, picks that up. So that was in the 8th frame for them. All right, we'll watch the conclusion of Wauseon and Springfield, and then we'll switch over to Liberty Center and Liberty Benton. Wauseon, 9th frame. Picks up the strike. Springfield now 8th frame, working on a spare in the 7th. Picks up a strike, Springfield does. And a strike for Wauseon and to start the 10th frame. Springfield with 9 in the 9th frame. Liberty Benton with a strike off screen. Wauseon with 9 in the 2nd ball in the 10th. Left the 10 pin. Springfield, their spare attempt. Picks it up. Springfield with 2 strikes in a row in the 2nd and 3rd frames. And Wauseon finishes with a 182. Springfield, first ball, 10th frame. Gets all of them to drop for a strike. All right, we'll switch over. I'll update you on the score of Springfield here as they finish up. Springfield with 3 strikes in a row now. Strikes in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Liberty Center started off with a split, picked up 1, so a total of 9 in the 1st. This is their 2nd bowler, got 8 on their 1st ball, and converts the spare. Springfield with a 9 on his 2nd ball. Liberty Benton leaving this dreaded 7-10 split on lane number 8. Last ball for Springfield on lane 4 off camera. Picks up the spare. And Springfield finishes game number 4 with a 195. Liberty Center gets a little help. Gets a late pinfall, leaving just the 10 pin, much easier spare attempt. Liberty Benton could not convert the spare, ends up with 9 for the 5th frame. Liberty Center, spare attempt, and it falls off to the right, so an open frame for Liberty Center in the 3rd. Liberty Benton with a strike in the 6th frame, getting back on track. Liberty Center also with a strike in the 7th. Sorry, that was in the 4th frame on lane 7. Liberty Center just put up 2 strikes in the 4th and 5th frames. Liberty Benton with a 9 count in the 7th frame, left the 10 pin, spare attempt upcoming, and starts that too far to the right. Liberty Benton with a strike in the 8th frame. And Liberty Center picks up 1 out of the 2 for a total of 9 in the 6th frame. Liberty Benton picks up 8, leaving 3-9 in the 9th frame, which is a tricky little spare. Strike for Liberty Center on lane number 7. I think it's a little easier than the 2-8, but not by a whole lot. And he makes it look easy there, picks it up. Liberty Center picks up the strike there. That's a double for them in the 7th and 8th frames. Liberty Benton gets the messenger to come across and take out the 10 pin for the strike to start the 10th. Liberty Center now. Strike for them on lane 7. 3 in a row going in the 10th frame now. Liberty Benton picking up 8, leaving the 3-6. That's his 2nd ball in the 10th. He'll get one more. And another strike to start the 10th frame for Liberty Center. That's now 4 in a row. And Liberty Benton to finish out picks up their spare. And they will finish with a 194. Liberty Center was kind of towards the bottom of the top 4, so every pin counts here. That one drifts high, picks up 8, leaves the 3-10 split.
For anybody interested, subs are now $1 at the concessions while they last. $1 for subs.
All right, last ball, Liberty Center picks up 1 out of the 2, and they finish with 200. So they picked up some pins on the field that game. We had 182 for Wauseon, 195, I believe, for Springfield. And then 194 for Liberty Benton. Girls look like they're still bowling down there. All right, so it looks like Springfield with a 416 in the first 2 and a 409 in the second 2 for a total of 825 is your leader. Wauseon looks like they're in second, had 394 and 405 for a total of 799.
Championship is going to be first place, Springfield, 2677. And Wauseon, second place. Springfield was 825 and Wauseon was 799.
Liberty Benton had 776 with
and Liberty Center, fourth place,
775. Looks like 388 in the first 2 games and 388 in the second 2. And then Liberty Center with 382 and 393 for a total of 775. So Springfield and Wauseon will battle out for the championship.
But there will be no warm-ups. Either seat can have your choice of the starting lane. And it's best of 3 bakers. Best of 3.
All right, so the championship match will be on lanes 9 and 10.
Springfield Wauseon coaches, when you guys are ready, you can begin. Good luck, bowlers.
It's on 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah!
All right, so the format of this final set of Baker games is best 2 out of 3. So it doesn't matter if you win the Baker game by 1 pin or 100 pins. It only counts as 1 point. So Wauseon starts out with a 9 spare in the first. Springfield has a 9 count. Left looks like the 2 pin down there. And picks up the spare. Wauseon goes high, gets 9, leaves the 9 pin. Springfield picks up 9, leaves the 4 pin. Wauseon, spare attempt, picks it up. So back-to-back spares for Wauseon. Springfield missed the spare attempt inside. Wauseon gets them all to drop for a strike. That in the 3rd frame. Springfield with 8, leaves the 6-10. Wauseon with back-to-back strikes. Springfield up for his spare conversion. And he chops. So another open for Springfield. Wauseon drops another strike. That's 3 in a row now. And a strike for Springfield in the 4th. Wauseon coming in light. Ends up leaving the 1-2-9, picks up 7. Springfield gets it to drop. Messenger comes across, takes out the 10-pin for the strike. So a double there for Springfield. Wauseon picks up their spare. Springfield comes in light, ends up leaving the 1, 2, 4, 6, and 10. Looks like Wauseon with a gutter on the first ball, so this will be his second ball. His first Springfield spare attempt, picks up 3 out of the 5. That's a total of 8 in the 6th frame. And a spare the hard way, getting all 10 on the second ball. Springfield drops all 10 for a strike in the 7th frame. And Wauseon drops all 10 as well in the 8th frame. Looks like we have the totals for the girls.
All right,
So,
for the girls' championship, we
Liberty
have in first place Liberty Center girls with a 692. Lane 15 and 16. And in second place, Eastwood with a 642. Third place, Bryan with a 635. And in fourth, Springfield with a 589.
So Liberty Center with rounds of 311 and 381 for a total of 692. It takes
higher seed, which is
enters.
Liberty Center. You can choose your starting lane, but there are no warm-ups. You'll start your bowl, start right in your bowling right
It's
away.
currently in first. Eastwood with games of, or Baker games of 333 in the first 2 games and 309 for a total of 642 will be the second team to advance, facing off against Liberty Center. Bryan finished in third with 332 and a 303 for 4 Baker games for a total of 635, just 7 pins behind Eastwood. And then Springfield with games of 320 and 269 for a total of 589. Wauseon got 9, leaving a 10 pin in the 9th frame. Strike for Springfield. That's a double for them in the 7th and 8th frames. Wauseon now, spare conversion. Got it. So Wauseon with a spare moving into the 10th frame. Springfield now their 9th frame. And he gets all 10 to drop, so 3 in a row now for Springfield. Wauseon with a strike to start the 10th frame. So Wauseon sitting at 186 in the 9th with 2 balls to go. And a strike in the 10th.
Left-handed brace if that coach or player is still here. The left-handed brace for some girl.
Wauseon, second ball, 10th frame. Drops all 10 again, another strike. Springfield now, second ball, 10th frame. Gets another strike. And Wauseon finishes out with 8. That gives them a game of 214. Springfield with another strike and a 208. So first point goes to Wauseon, winning 214, 208. Wauseon can win again on the left side. They'll take the championship. Wauseon starts things out. Lane number 9. Comes in a little light. Picks up 9, leaves a 2-pin. Springfield now, their first ball. And leaves the 8-pin, or I'm sorry, the 4-pin. So a 9 count. Wauseon picks up their spare. And Springfield converts theirs. Another 9 count for Wauseon, leaving a 3-pin. Springfield, their second frame. Comes in just a little light, picks up 7, leaves the 2, 4, and 8. Wauseon converts. Springfield, spare attempt, pulls that one, ends up with 7 for the frame. Wauseon goes high, leaves the 3-6, picks up 8. Springfield now, lane number 10, third frame. Wauseon leading, 1 game to nothing. There's a strike for Springfield. Wauseon misses their spare attempt and open for them in the third with 8 total pins. Springfield, another strike, a double for them. Strikes in the third and fourth. Wauseon picks up 8, leaves the 2-8. Springfield, 3 in a row now. Third, fourth, and fifth frames. Wauseon's got a tricky little spare here, the 2-8. Gonna make sure you get up high enough on it to drive it straight back into the 8. Makes it look easy, picks it up. And a 9 count from Springfield leaves the 9-pin. Wauseon with 7, leaving a split, 4-6-7. And Wauseon picks up 2 out of the 3, so an open frame in the 5th. 9 count total. Springfield picks up the spare. That's in the 6th frame. Wauseon gets 9, leaves a 10 pin. And Springfield pulls that one way left, picks up 3. Wauseon lets that one drop off to the right, misses the spare. So back-to-back opens for Wauseon. Wauseon drops all 10 in the 7th for a strike. Springfield needs to mark here to keep the pressure on, and that's what he does. Nice conversion there. Wauseon, a double now. Springfield now, 8th frame. Gets 9, leaves the 7 pin. Wauseon goes high and splits. Ends up leaving the 4, 6, 9, and 10. Wauseon trying to get at least 3 here. And picks up 1 out of the 4, so a total of 7 in the 9th frame. So they're sitting at 130 in the 9th. The best they can do is 160. And Springfield misses their spare attempt as well. Tenth frame for Wauseon, strike to start. Springfield's 9th frame here. And a strike for them. So Springfield will take the 2nd Baker game. So we're tied up at 1 apiece. And a strike for Springfield to start the 10th frame. And 2 strikes in a row for Wauseon. And Springfield splits on their 2nd ball in the 10th. Leaving the 6, 7, and 10. Wauseon with 3 strikes in a row, so they'll finish with 160. And Springfield picks up 1 more, so they'll finish with 189. So we're tied at 1 apiece here. Wauseon starts out things with a 9 count, leaving the 4 pin. And Springfield goes high and leaves the 6-10, picking up 8. Wauseon picks up their spare. Throwing a backup ball, picks up the 6-10. Wauseon with 9 leaves a 4 pin. Springfield swings that one out wide. It won't get back. Picks up 7, leaving the 1, 2, and 4. Wauseon, spare attempt, picks it up. Springfield chops, picks up 1 out of the 3. Total of 8 in the second. Open frame. And the 9 pin slowly falls over for the strike for Wauseon in lane number 10. Springfield up, lane 9, comes in light, picks up 8, leaves a 5-6. Wauseon misses, comes in light into the pocket and splits, leaving the 2, 4, and 9, or I'm sorry, 2, 4, and 10. Neither one of these are really easy splits. For the 5-6, you kind of have to go right between the 2 pins, unless you want to try and cut it really thin from the one side or the other. Got it! Nicely done by Springfield there. Now this one very difficult for a right-hander. And he picks up 2 out of the 3. That's a 9 total in the 4th frame for Wauseon. Springfield going left of the head pin, picks up 8, leaving the 6-10. Wauseon drops all 10 there for a strike in the 5th. Springfield picks up their spare. Wauseon with the back-to-back strikes. Springfield gets 9, leaves the 7 pin. Wauseon gets 9, leaving a 10 pin. Springfield, spare attempt, picks it up. Wauseon now their spare attempt. And misses that way inside. So a 9 total in the 7th, open frame for Wauseon. Springfield gets left of the head pin. It splits on him, leaving the 5-10. Wauseon drops all 10 for a strike in the 8th frame. And Springfield loses that one off to the left. I think he was trying another backup ball. So an 8 open in the 6th frame for Springfield. Wauseon picks up 9, leaves the 4-pin. Springfield picks up 9, leaves a 2-pin. Springfield going to have to put a couple of strikes together here. Wauseon picks up the spare in the 9th. Springfield misses their spare attempt, an open frame in the 7th. That could come back and haunt them. Strike for Wauseon to start the 10th frame. Springfield now drops all 10. That's what they needed, a strike in the 8th. I'm just wondering if it's too little too late. Wauseon picks up 9, leaves a 10-pin. Springfield now, 9th frame. Gets the strike. There's a double for them. That gives them a chance. Wauseon picks up the spare, finishes 184. If Springfield strikes out, or at least doubles with 7 or 8 pins, they have a chance to catch him and beat him. But needs a first strike here. And a solid 10-pin. Springfield, spare attempt, loses off to the right. So they finish with a 154. So Wauseon will take the first place. Springfield will be second.
Congratulations to the Wauseon boys, your tournament champion. And congratulations to Springfield, your tournament runner-up. We'll start with the trophy presentation down on 3 and 4. Springfield boys, we'll go with you guys first.
right, so we've got the trophy presentation for the runners-up, Springfield, for the boys. Girls are still finishing up over there. Some good bowling all day. I've been very impressed by the Baker shooting of all the teams here today. All right, big congratulations to our runners-up from Springfield. Some last-minute picture taking here. And then we'll have the presentation of the championship trophy.
All right, here's your champions, Wauseon Indians.
All right, and your champions, the Indians from Wauseon for the boys' side. All right, big congratulations to Wauseon, our tournament champions. Big shout out to all the teams here competing today. We've enjoyed watching all of them. All right, and that will wrap up the boys' side for the broadcast today. You can join the girls' live stream, still watching Liberty Center and Eastwood. And then there'll be the trophy presentation after that one. So, as always, I've enjoyed bringing these to you. I hope everyone has a wonderful day. Keep an eye on the YouTube for the next live stream match. I'm not sure when it is right off the top of my head, but we'll get the link posted. All right, thanks everyone for joining the live stream, and as always, go Wildcats.